People fucking suck. Genuinely. People fucking suck. They don't give a fucking shit about any level of decency when it comes to people fucking deny direct experience, deny everything. They'll just be like, they'll spin your face and just blatantly lie. And then they'll expect you to act all decent and cordial. As though then basically just spin in your fucking face that you're not supposed to respond in some equally heinous way. Yeah, fuck them. People fucking suck, man. It's just on the Do Not Watch live stream and so much disingenuous shit. So much disingenuous shit. And people just don't give a damn. It's just entertainment. Fuck moderators. They don't moderate shit. Whatever. Yo, Evelyn from New York. This is not Sophie. This is a random guy. Just got a random ass text from some bitch from New York.
Camps of the, eating meat industry. The little Chinese kittens in cages, that they're going to boil alive. Compared to that, you know, sorry, I mean, I don't want to diminish people's, tragedies, but I'm just saying, um, I'd argue that the scale just doesn't compare. I'm sorry, it just doesn't compare in terms of conscious experiences and some sort of actual horror. I mean, real. Um, I mean, the whole idea of Jewish tradition of bleeding things to death, do it the slowest way possible, because you have some notion of cleanliness, some based on 3,000-year-old science or 4,000. Come on, grow up. Uh, too silly. And yet we let that shit go on, and there's not even much civil discourse over it. There's no, there's very little noise being made. Yet there's this, in my opinion, a pretty, horrendous difference between the civilized human and the Nazi. Well, the civilized human and the meat eater. Um, there, there's even better reason. It's the difference between, I guess, Superman and Batman. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a clear winner. Okay, flying and being bulletproof is a clear win. Um, Besides, Man of Steel whole thing. I mean, being able to lift tall buildings, and all that kind of crap. I mean, it's not even a contest. So to me, it's not even a contest. That the better reason to have a civil war or a World War II um, would be something like veganism. Um, be so much more legitimate than those other two silly wars, right? And but you could argue for its illegitimacy in the sense that this shouldn't even be an argument. Civilized people shouldn't even have an argument about something as silly as we should do everything possible to stop it, prevent it, do less of it, anything that could reduce, okay, the number of concentration camps, and how many screams are coming out of them. Um, they should be for. You know, uh, the idea that you do your best not to raise your kids with a meat dependency, that should be like a basic rule right away, is that you don't give your own kids your bad habits. And all it is a bad habit. I mean, that's the science all over the place. Nobody needs to be a meat eater. That's just horse shit. um, you know, and statistically proven to be, you're going to live longer, so one can assume there are health benefits to the fact that you're living longer. That means you're probably healthier, less obesity, less all the other stuff, blah blah blah. So this shouldn't, in some ways. So then you go the step further, okay, and when you're an ethicist, a real civilized person, when you finally say, let's take civilization as far as we can take it, let's take being um, risk averse and cautious and careful, and making sure it's all flowers and no weeds, doing it right, doing intelligence right, making the eyeball as clear as we can make the image of reality as clear and as honest as you can see it. um, well, then the tragedy is, yes, okay, it's not another human committing the crime, it's a force, just a mechanism, a piece of the universe. um, and we can understand it's just a stupid fluke of the function. It's just one of the patterns that can be created, is evolution, and the creating a piece of chemistry that makes copies of itself, and that can lead to, okay, doesn't necessarily lead to a problem, because usually it just makes pieces of chemistry that look alike. Who cares? But obviously, in our case, there were triggers and events that led to the creation of a brain, and this reward and punishment struggle that takes place inside of that brain, and that's where all the danger is, all the opportunity for mayhem is created. So nature is, you know, a million times worse, than. So if you're going to make comparisons by numbers or some sort of thing, I don't know how you even make these. It's so hard to do, um, because the numbers are, just so massive in terms of. I could just argue about the feral pets that are, left abandoned and by us, and that in itself is a holocaust in population. It's a huge number, millions upon millions of um, animals that live poorly and die badly. Um, and this is a real evil by any kind of rational standard. It's not a good thing. It's a very bad thing. And we shouldn't be on the dance floor having a good time. When this tragedy is taking place. I mean, it's not any different than if there was a bunch of you're at the dancing institution, whatever. I'm trying to think of what do you call those restaurants that do that kind. Well, anyway, you're at the nightclub, okay, and right outside the door is a bunch of there's 5 or 6 little 13-year-old girls trapped under gas trucks, almost ready to burn to death. Yeah, I mean, really, you're just gonna sit there and smoke your cigars and have a good time, and who cares? Not my problem.
Yeah, basically.
I'm saying if that's your attitude, then you have a problem. Okay, you're really broken if you don't get it. Okay, that it really is just a bit of luck to be. Um, you're lucky enough to have somebody to rescue you, so to speak. You don't get through your life without luck and good fortune. You don't even get through it where you can have a conversation. You know, and you know that you're lucky. All right, if you can even have the time to be educated and the opportunity to have appreciation for something and all of that crap, even to enjoy a cigar. Um, because there's a lot who don't even get that opportunity. Anyway, um, so you got to know you have to invest in giving back the same good fortune where you can, and give those 13-year-old girls the good fortune, okay, of somebody in the nightclub being sophisticated enough to know, um, I might be able to stop this. I might be able to fix this. I should do something. I shouldn't just, you know, pretend everything's okay. I'll just pretend it doesn't happen. It's not happening. Just play the music louder so I don't hear the screams. And that's all people really are doing is they're finding excuses to just be solipsistic. A word I really didn't need to know. I mean, I didn't know before the internet. I didn't waste time with all these category words. Um, but obviously you just have this idea of somebody who's selfish and thinks the universe runs for their benefit, and that's the only game being played. None of the other players are real except for the star. We'll just follow him wherever he is on the field. All the other players, they don't mean anything. Uh, you know, it's just so bad how people function in their lives and such. So that's what occurred to me as a subject, anyway. Um, so the people who are, appalled that I would suggest um, that, in the end, this might have to come down to that, a civil war, or there might have to be a battle over the, you know, winner and loser, because there is no compromise. There's no, we can both be happy. Okay, just like there was no compromise with the Nazis or compromise with the Confederacy. There was no compromise. There was no way to say, well, I suppose there was a way to say it. Like maybe, maybe we can get them to agree that in 100 years, okay, they have to give up slavery completely and they just have to, over the next 100 years, win it out. But they don't seem like they were agreeable to anything. It was, this is their sacred, monetizable gold, and they're not going to give it up. This is their golden goose, and they don't care how many people they had to feed the goose to make them the gold, or however you want to analogize it. How many. Uh, I mean, how expensive their economy was, or whatever their way of life. And there's no evidence that the people who are arguing against are any more willing to compromise in any sense or understand that, frankly, it's I'm not raping, you're raping. Okay, I can't stop the rape without imposing on the rapist. Okay, it's just a fact. There's no other way to stop it, and to prevent it. I can't even hide, I can't even put security guards around. I can't do anything, to protect against the crime you're committing because it's so invasive and so, um, there's just no way for me to create any. I can't counter it. I can't undo it. I can't. Like I said, I can't prevent it by just staying in my house. Locking my daughters in their room so they don't get raped. I can't stop it that way because you're so aggressive. Okay, and the act itself is what it is. This imposing thing and creating life and regenerating and feeding it. So there's either you stop it or you don't. I mean, I wish there was a compromise. I'd vote for a compromise. But what's the compromise going to be? You win and I lose. Your values are um, intact, and my values are completely left to suffer, to be ignored. There's no compromise. So in the end, I mean, people will have to either become one or the other. There have to be you have to believe that the intelligent conclusion, let's just say that intelligence will survive this period of idiocracy, um, and that the fact is that the truth about existence and the evolution and all this crap is going to become more and more of a truth, more and more solid, and it's going to become more and more evil even to raise children in religious notions and nonsense. Um, your storytelling and fables about why you're doing things, why you have kids, is because you have an ego problem. That's the real reason. You want a distraction. You want something out of them. You want something out of the experience because there is no rational reason to think you're rescuing some non-existent person from some horrible purgatory and bringing them to this wonderful freedom, because that's not what you're doing, and nobody could make those kind of arguments in any kind of rational context. I mean, even now it's just, oh please, we're going to have this silly a conversation. You're not saving a soul. You're just putting a consciousness at risk, and you're sentencing it to experiences that you haven't even tasted yet. You're going to force it to eat something, and you haven't tested it yet, like death. You think it's not a big deal. Okay, yeah, dying will be shit. That'll be one of the easiest things I did. You have some notion in your head that this isn't a big deal, that you don't have to actually experience it to know what it is. Yeah, you already got it all figured out, and you've already accounted for it. You know, um, Bullshit. So do it first, and then show us how. Oh yes, it was a great decision to have kids. Because I don't think it works that way. I don't think if we could actually, you know, put some electrodes into the dead, okay, and give them back their give them back their intellectual competence even, and understanding all of what their life was and how they ended up, and how they're just a gravestone somewhere with mold on it, that maybe they'd say something like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have had kids, or something like that. That it really wasn't for any good cause, because yeah, this isn't all that great a story. I thought I was fighting dragons, and I was just fighting delusions. um, I thought I was on some heroic quest, and the holy grail is just plastic. It's not, it's really not what you think it is. The big finish is gonna, it's gonna be a whimper. It's not gonna be some celebration of well done. It just ain't gonna be that. It's going to be just the definition of a lot of waste, a lot of wasted bad experiences, a lot of things that should never have happened, a lot of mistakes, miscalculations, blah, 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 right turn, left turn, wrong turn. You know, it's going to be a lot of regret, and I should have done better. I could have done better. I could have been a contender. There's just going to be a lot of bad stories of failure. Most people fail. It's just just the truth. Yeah. And in hindsight, um, they're going to say, "Gee, I did all of that work for nothing. I, you know, I learned how to play the game, and I didn't realize there wasn't a good game to play." So I think I'll take a little pause, and we'll see if I have some connected thought, that inspires me to say more on the simple subject of imposition be bad. Okay. risk. Again, tying somebody to the slot machine. That's what you're doing when you're having kids, is you're just putting them in their child safe seat. You're strapping them in to, a machine you wouldn't play. You know, the let's play the
Damn.
risk is fun game.
Build the fuck up.
No, it isn't, and the outcomes aren't fun, and they're, again, how many kids have to go, do the head first into the asphalt, um, before you say it's not worth it? I mean, how much would you pay? How many lives would you live paralyzed and retarded, for the glories of football? I wouldn't. I wouldn't have my fingernail, a blood blister under my fingernail for football. I mean, I wouldn't endure much. you know, I wouldn't endure anything, frankly, right? Because yes, it's just an addictive soap opera. What's my hero going to do today? Will the doctor find love? I mean, it's just like some little old lady watching her stories. You're just addicted to a silly little narrative. You're just, oh, it's Mary had a little lamb, and will a spiders, bite her on the tuffet, and all kinds of horrible things happen, or will she successfully swing and go la 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 and pet the kitty? It's just as silly. Ugh. It should all be quite embarrassed, frankly. Just embarrassing. What uh, vicariously you people, mentally wank to. I mean, it's, you know, if people could see what's in your head, you do know you'd be really embarrassed, right? So why are you imposing that? Why, you're all living fake lives. You're all, doing the beard thing or whatever. You're all, I'm in the wrong body. I'm in the wrong, you're all doing it. And you're just pretending, because you don't have the courage to out yourself, but you're all living some, your life is such a pile of shit compared to where you really want to be. And you know it. Why are you pretending it's all working out just so well? Oh, come on, you fraud. Ugh, just amazing. And you want to impose the fake life on something else. You don't want to do that. No, there's some other reason. Okay, so anyone defending child production is just defending people, being phony and fake, and because it's all bullshit. They're looking at it as something to, they can't paint, so they're going to create a painter. That kind of bullshit that they're going to, you know, it's just something to feed off of, as if it's even an accomplishment. I mean, you see the people who think it's actually an accomplishment. Look, I was able to perform the biological function of having a baby. Therefore, I'm a somebody because I did this minimal biological function. I mean, it's that bad, really, for some people. They take pride in it. Like, jobs, we were able to accomplish it. What a hero I am. And then some of that goes to just even having, um, being enough of a person to at least be able to pay for your mortgage, and take care of kids. Like, they're proud of the fact that, oh, look, I'm so accomplished, I can afford to have children. You know, there's people like that, but it's all bad reasoning, and doesn't it can't make any sense to anybody who just thinks about it a little bit. And you have to be kind of a very, very selfish and sadistic, even, um, person to want the job, because the whole thing is insanely scary. I mean, I've never been comfortable. I mean, I can't see how people are so comfortable. I mean, you see kids doing stuff, and the mothers are all talking to each other, and their kids are running around, you know, and some of them are just 5 years old,
Marco,
3 years old even, and they're running down the sidewalk or something, and
my
you're just,
beautiful creature.
I mean, how can people be comfortable knowing that there's a 50-50 chance kind of thing. You know that out of 10 tries, there's going to be, the one try that's not going to work out well. And you really don't know how bad it's going to be. I mean, it's going to knock some teeth out? Is it going to put a dent in its skull? What's going to be the permanent damage? And to not be constantly harassed by that, how do I mitigate against it? How do I prevent the incidental brain damage, the other things that can go wrong? I just don't know how anybody even contemplates the idea of managing a conscious life and developing a human being, and being the pretty much, the primary person responsible for who it'll be. And that recognizing that everything you say and every way you say it, you know, can create a psycho killer or, you know, some other kind of idiot. I mean,
Um,
either kind of person you create, right? One who's a do-gooder, because the do-gooders get into all kinds of trouble too, or a bad doer. There's so how do you even you can't even there's not even some deliberate way to manage the creation. There's no Dr. Spock book that has any good advice in it, really. How to manage a human being, how to create one, how to cause enough. You need to be humble, and you need to appreciate, and you need to do, not to be impulsive. Don't jump, never jump, always deliberately walk, careful steps. I mean, how do you do all that without making the kid psychotic anyway? It's so hard to construct the perfect little scenario of events, that don't ruin what you're trying to accomplish. This is hard to train for the Olympics, let's say, for some event without making a mistake that, tears a tendon and now you're done. You'll never be the best in the world, you know, because you made a mistake. How do you prevent the mistakes that are going to, instead of make it possible for your kid to be president of the United States, which isn't even a good thing anymore, because to be president, you'd have to be a lying, conniving, deceiving sack of shit, to get elected. Um, so even that's not even a positive thing anymore. Um, I mean, to aspire to as an accomplishment. So all of this, I mean, but there are people this trivial, right? I mean, they raise their daughters to be in beauty pageants or something because they think that's, oh, I want her to be Farrah Fawcett. That's their ambition for their kid. Oh, I mean, that's the idiocracy part. I mean, there's people way too stupid, you know, popping kids out, and that's the real problem. Is this is behavior for the dumb, and here I am trying to reason with people, and yeah, the people you can reason with aren't the real problem. It's the people you have a real hard time reasoning with who are the problem, and that's why you end up having to have a war, right? Right. All right. So I'll be back.
people fucking suck.
All right, back. So in talking about, I'm just, I don't, again, ever advocate violence as a first choice to solve any problem. It's sort of a last resort thing, blah, 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 blah. I'm just arguing for pragmatically uh, how is ultimately resolution going to take place? And clearly, in the future, our democracy itself could be the battlefield. Um, and it could even, instead of actually droning each other or maliciously attempting to blow up each other's buildings, Republicans against Democrats or something, that the battle will be in just some sort of democratic process or some sort of gang process, where the Godfather, whoever, the mob, the controller of the mob, will make the decision about who's a winner and who's a loser. Um, because that's just a consequence of the concentration of power. So I would argue to people, do you really think in the future they're going to be able to erase this conversation about ultimately the meaning of our existence, the function of it, the whole idea that we're just trapped inside of a fabulistic narrative, in terms of living our own deluded little lives about our own little self importance and all of that crap and all of those psychology
All selfish
truths will
cunts.
be able to be hidden from children, and anybody who asks questions will be able to be given these silly, because God says so, answers and be satisfied that the future is not going to be even more aggressive in dissecting motivations and um, pointing out how this is a the whole sheeple scenario, the whole idea of gang psychology. That the truth is a tradition. The truth isn't an ideal. It's just built into some sort of, these are my habits, and if you don't have my habits, fuck you. You're the enemy. But I don't want to imply that it's all arbitrary, because habits aren't just arbitrary. Habits are like, um, you know, keeping your hands on the handlebars. Habits are about things that are realistically going to affect other people, like being on your cell phone. It's not about the fact that, while you're driving, it's not that you're risking your own welfare. It's that you're just gratuitously saying, I don't give a fuck about anybody else's. That's the real crime, okay? Is your imposition, and the fact that you don't even realize, you're not playing a game. The game isn't your game. The game is everybody else, and the game is also in the game, and what happens to them matters just as much as it matters what happens to you. And if your brain doesn't understand that all you're really here to do when you're preventing harm is to prevent any harm. Preventing your own harm, oh, yeah, that's special just for you. Okay, that makes it more fun, but it doesn't make it more real. It's not more real of a good, preventing your harm or preventing somebody else's harm. There's just no difference. Preventing your broken leg isn't any better than preventing somebody else's broken leg. Um, and you think the future, 1,000 years from now, people won't know that? They'll still live in a world where nobody even said that to them. Where it won't be part of the human conversation. Something so obvious. See, they always put it in different words. Do unto others as you'd have others do unto you, and all that kind of crap. But it really just comes down to the fact that if you're going to define a good, okay, you have to be able to understand that you know it doesn't make any difference. Broken leg me, broken leg somebody else. Why should my brain think my broken leg is more important? And as soon as you ask why, you find out, oh, because I'm a selfish cunt. Yeah, that's the reason. It's not a good reason, because I'm a bigot. I think I'm more important. I actually think it. My brain actually fuels that idea, but it's not reasonable. It's not rational. It doesn't make any sense. It can't be made into sense. It can't be made true in any way. There's only arguments against it. There's not any arguments for it. The idea that I'm special and I'm more important doesn't work. It just doesn't have any. There's 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 nothing backing it. Kind of like m1 half mv squared. Kind of like a lot of physics theories. There's really nothing backing it. No evidence, no anything. It's just a silly little story they tell. So anyway, just throwing that in.
It's
Uh,
obvious that our pain are equal. If you value your
so
pain, if you value your
morons.
family's pain, then you
So
should
stupid.
value my
So
pain.
anyway,
You should value my best friend's pain.
so
You
that's
should value the
probably
pain
enough,
of the
right?
future,
Probably that's a good
the
theme to end on,
unborn.
is just understanding that
You should
if you
care about
have
animals'
any
pain,
you
because
know
we are just human animals. They are not human animals.
intelligence, that
They
is, you
experience
have
pain and pleasure
acquired
just like
some
we do.
information from the world, this has to be one of the pieces of information you should have acquired by now is there's there's no sense to selfish. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it just doesn't. You can't win by creating losers. That doesn't work. You know, it's too expensive. It's like when they're trying to make, so this sort of relates to the vegan subject, right? They're trying to make synthetic meat. And some people think, well, that'll be the cure to the problem. But the problem is you have to process it. You can't just throw like 4 chemicals into a, you know, I just throw some rocks and I throw some grass and I throw, you can't do it some simple way and it just stir it and oh, there it is. It's meat. It's always going to take processing, and processing is time and money. You know what I mean? Um, it has its own value. And that's what makes it more expensive. You can't just stick the seed in the dirt, okay, and grow meat. So, I now maybe that's something they could do though. Maybe they'll figure out how to make. See, it's still not going to work because you can't get enough solar energy to do all of the processing that would it would require. So it's still, and probably you need an awful lot of fertilizer. So it's still probably be too expensive a plant to grow. Um, you know, but yeah, that's one way of getting around it, I suppose, is to find some way to let nature do it because nature does a lot of these things, better than we can. Our technology hasn't had, uh, you know, millions of years of trial and error to figure out how to do it the efficient way. Um, uh, we're not as well practiced as nature. Um, that was sort of a side subject. The real point was humans are full of shit. Yeah, it just should be one of the things is that your psychology is just it's crap, and you have to be skeptical of every single time you have an impulse. You have to have some sense that it's probably bullshit. Okay, it probably isn't at all going to be efficient. It's going to be something I'm going to have to selfishly I'm going to have to cut selfish corners, and risk corners with somebody else's welfare. And that's the truth. And so, to have what you want, you're going to have to take it at other people's welfare. And so that right away should tell you this isn't a game you want to play. I mean, you wouldn't say, yeah, let's do this on Mars. Let's do this someplace else. Let's force more beings into the dilemma where they have to make uh, these this where they have this trap of their desire and the huge liability that attempting to satisfy the desire involves. I mean, you walk the desert, you find the oasis, and there's going to be some other guy who's just, he's going to show up tomorrow, and the water only, takes a week to refill, and you're going to drink the glass of water, and he's going to show up tomorrow, and he's going to be out of luck. That kind of shit is all over life, living. This inability to anticipate who you just screwed over, what you just, you know, I mean, it's as simple as the idea of the banana, just throw the peel behind you. You just don't know that there's going to be somebody's going to slip on it. It's all of that crap is, you know, which makes the game too stupid for a smart thing to play. Nothing smart says, yeah, let me play a game I can't control, um, and I'm going to not be able to see all of the harm I'm causing. It's all going to be invisible. Not all of it, but, my good intentions are often going to be produce bad results. You give somebody a present and, they poke their eye out with it, that kind of crap. There's just, way too little control. All right, so that's probably enough. No. I'll decide it's enough. And so I did intend to make some videos on political subjects and economics, but yes, it's hard to have enthusiasm because there's people just too triggery, and they're really stupid. Frankly, I mean, people are so stupid. You're saying I can't even. They can't. They can't. I just made this video, and somebody else will say I said all kinds of wacky shit in it that I never said. That's the and we read the comments on people's videos, and they're just so freaking insanely out. And you're saying, okay, maybe it's just YouTube, and the only part of YouTube I'm watching is the part that's kind of fringe. So maybe it's just a bunch of they're all psychotics, and that's why all the comments are, you know,
Whatever.
I don't so so incredibly under-referenced. I mean, just all these claims about reality. It's almost like the chemtrails and all that. I mean, it's just so full of conspiracy theory, urban legend, just so little facts to base their belief system. It's spooky. Because I would assume that the audience for most of the videos I watch would be sort of literate and intelligent, frankly. I mean, I'm not watching, squirrel chasing a nut video. I'm watching the junk on YouTube. So you would expect the audience to be, of a higher caliber.
Yeah, you fucking think.
And not vulnerable
Nope.
to, essentially voodoo philosophy. But facts are the facts. So anyway, now it's enough. Yeah, I believe so. All right. So anyway, thank you for your attention. It's a tough battle, this whole how do you fight idiocracy. That's another video I want to do just on this whole. I mean, it's another subject I want to, bang into a little. Is the whole idea of people who are kind of aggressive, the street philosophy kind of approach. And there's a couple of people doing that on YouTube. And I'm not really a big fan, I never thought the whole public square thing make much sense with the whole idea of bullhorns, and people just get bigger and bigger bullhorns so they can yell their message, and their message has to be simpler and simpler because people really aren't interested in listening to the explanation, the details, so it has to have a logo and you have to have a song. It's like you're selling Dr. Pepper, and it's really not about the ingredients or how much we pay our employees or that we use better stuff, and none of that stuff will be part of the conversation. You just dance and say you want to be a pepper, don't you? Don't be one of those, don't be one of them. The argument's just stupid. So it's kind of like I'm for direct democracy, in the sense that we the people should vote on policy because the representatives are broken down. I mean, that whole process is pretty shitty. They're all kind of just liars and crooks and thieves. But the problem is you still need somebody to actually go to the trouble to write the policy in a way that
You know what? I think I'm gonna talk for a little bit. There's nothing to say. I'm gonna say it all the time. What's the point of repeating what I have to? What's the point of repeating myself? So anyways, I'm gonna get the start to the video. You know what? Yeah. Oh fucking. The fucking cost of existence. Fuck. People are so fucking stupid. Morgan, no, he hasn't texted me yet, but that's okay. Maybe I'll get an Uber ride pretty soon, make some money. Right now I'm just it's too much pain, man. All these people are so disingenuous. Like, I mean, I'm really just shouting arguments out the window. If you watch my video I just uploaded, I'm basically just shouting the anti-natalist arguments. And people will just say like "fuck you" and shit. They'll tell you to like kill yourself, and it's just like people are just scum. They have no integrity whatsoever. Like, it's like, what's the point of Discord? What's the point of polite Discord if people are pieces of shit? Like I'll be polite for a little bit, guys. Like I'll be nice for a little bit. But the instant you start throwing disingenuous ass arguments like suffering's good, it allows us to get closer to God, or suffering's good, it allows for me to improve. It's just like, fuck off. People are just excuse makers. You'll point out the hypocrisy. You'll point out that they won't fucking. You're not gonna improve. It's time for me to unban Dave. Boop. Another person banned. That was a funny comment. So much useless ass bullshit. You should unblock Dave. Why? What benefit does that do me? 30 fake some bots? No. I don't want a Trump supporter. I don't want scum. I don't want someone who votes for people to be forced to breed people into existence. I don't care what Dave has to say. There's always useless questions, useless statements. It's a waste of time. If he doesn't get antinatalism, if he doesn't get ephilism, if he doesn't get negative utility at this point, he's just too stupid. It's just that simple. It's unnecessary to have kids. It's unnecessary to cause unnecessary harm. You should be vegan. If you're not out here doing hunting and fishing, yeah, best be vegan. All these things, like, it's just simple ethics. If he doesn't understand it, he's not worth my time. This is an ethics channel. Yeah, I can literally just fucking shout out the window, hey, if you think consent's valuable, fucking guess what, y'all? When you have a kid, you violate the principle of consent. No one has to be here. You can state to them, hey, do you think unnecessary suffering is bad? If you think unnecessary suffering is bad, one, it's not necessary to have a kid. Two, all life contains suffering. Wow. What do you think you should do with that information? Not have a kid, not inflict unnecessary suffering. You can tell them, you against the imposition of murder. Well, if you're against the imposition of murder, all lives end in death. So you're just basically sentencing them to a slow execution. You can give all these statements appealing to deontology, appealing to consequentialism, appealing to whatever. You can show the risk of hell. Like, I showed everything. Like, people just don't care. They'll leave you the middle finger. They'll tell you to fuck off. They'll say you're trying to control me. All these things. People are just evil fuckers. They just want to be free to do evil. They just want to be able to hurt people. They want to be able to hurt animals. They want to be able to hurt people. They want to just be able to hurt. They don't care. They don't care if there's a reason behind it. They don't care any of that. They just want to cause pain. I'll claim it's for like, oh, I care for the goodwill. You don't. I care for the good things in life. No, you don't. You're just a sadist. If you really cared about the good things in life, you'd actually sit back and analyze them for one fucking second and realize their nature. You don't. You just gloss over all feelings whimsily, doomsily. You don't analyze sensations. You don't look deeply at the world. People don't look deeply at the world. People are just living in the moment. People are evil bastards. They have no concept of the future that they're fucking causing suffering to. People fucking suck. Okay, let's just. I'm done talking. Shut up through a megaphone all day, been arguing with people all day. People just. It's. Best fucking friend. Only person I've ever cared for and loved in my entire life. Dead today, 7 months ago. And people think this is a beautiful world. A world where free will is the problem. No, it's not free fucking will. It's the nature of existence, you stupid cunts. I hate people.
The problem is they're putting a future at jeopardy. If human beings just stop reproducing, then there's no problem. They take billions of animals and exploit them, torture them, and harm them, and then they do this to human beings. We are entered in a whole pile of shitty lotteries, and you're going to win some of those, guaranteed, okay? If you enter 1,000 lotteries with a 1 in 1,000 chance of winning each one, you're guaranteed almost to win one of those lotteries. And so we're all fucked. We all know what the end is. It's going to be something. We're doomed in a lot of ways, and the longer we live, the longer we're exposed to all this risk. And some people pay the risk. You don't pay it. Okay? Again, the argument is this is a Frankenstein experiment. There's been no study, no information whatsoever, no logic statement, nothing stating why this experiment needs to take place, what is going to be accomplished by doing this experiment. And I can point out the huge risk of this fucking experiment, okay? That you're putting a whole bunch of sentient beings at jeopardy. There's likely to be another fucking goddamn Holocaust. Very likely that billions of people are going to be killed in a very slow, miserable, horrible manner. That future is huge. There's a ton of suffering sitting out there being exposed, and there's no evidence that human beings give a shit about any of that crap. And so my argument to you is you stop putting people on the roller coaster, I'll say fine. You ride it as long as you motherfucking
Some
can.
of us in disguise. I fucking just admit that I want to hack you other motherfuckers up. I don't, because I have fucking decency. You all just don't just fucking sadist playing in the lines, hacking up animals, paying your tax dollars to hack up people in the Middle East. All you want to do is hack, hack, hack. But you play under this little cordial thing of society, social contract. You know, I don't have a social contract with the Middle East people, so let's just drone the shit out of them. I don't have a social contract with an animal. Let's just stab a knife right into their throat, kick their children around. You know, as much as I want to kick your children around, I don't fucking do it because I realize that your experience is equal in value to my own. You know what? For the longest time, it was because the law and stuff, but I realize now, who gives a shit about the law? Who gives a damn? I can go into the country, find some house without a ring doorbell, find a neighborhood, scout out for a couple months, and just be like, yeah, you know what? That one's the perfect house. And just, it takes a couple of minutes, I'm sure, for a home invasion. There was this girl in Wisconsin a couple of years ago that some motherfucker, evil cunt, just broke into her home, shot the parents, stole her, and locked her under a bed for like a couple months. She ended up escaping. But when it comes down to it, everybody thought she was fucking like dead and shit. The home invasion, guess how long it took? 2 minutes and like 30 something seconds, apparently. Apparently, literally just knock on the door. Someone answers, bang, shotty right through the fucking door, kills the mother, Or was it the father? I don't fucking know. I think it was the father, actually. It was the father answered the door. Kills the father, fucking blows off the handle of the door, immediately goes, mom locks her and the child in the bathroom, blows off the handle of the door of the bathroom, caps the fucking mom, and takes the girl. Took 2 minutes. I could easily, anybody could. You, me, anybody can be a serial killer if they really fucking want to. So when it comes down to it, I just have the decency. I have the decency to be a nice person, to be cordial with you all. These people, they don't have any fucking decency. They just want to eat their meat. They just want to eat meat. They don't give a shit if the animal has equal value to themselves. They don't give a fuck. They just want to. They just want what they want. They don't give a shit about the consequences. It fucking sucks. People are evil cunts. All of them. Every last one. I mean, when it comes down to it, some deontologists and stuff and some utilitarians that I have respect for. Like, at least deontologists, as silly as their fucking principles are, they're not based on anything. Like, they're just like, I think this because it makes me feel this way. It's like, it's silly shit, but at least they have a fucking principle. At least they recognize that suffering sucks. I mean, they're like, at least deontologists for the most part recognize there's some morality in this fucking universe. They don't, a lot of them are subjectivists and just silly fuckers, but like, a lot of them at least think there's something going on here that's fucked up. There's so many of these self-righteous motherfucking cunts that think, oh, unless there's a God telling me to do whatever I want, nothing matters. You know, it's just like, God says I can eat meat, so therefore I can eat meat. And if there is no God, then I can also eat meat because nothing matters. Fuck all these people. They're evil fucking cunts. So what if there's a God? What does God do? Why should I listen to your fucking filthy ass evil prick God? Why should I listen? Yeah. If there is such a thing as an Izok app, I don't believe there is. I believe that there is a fucking direct value and direct ought in our experiences. I experience the ought. I don't experience God. And if God tells me to rape someone because he wants me to do it, why should I listen to him? I don't experience the need. I don't experience God's needs. Why the fuck should I give a shit what God wants? Like, all these people are just like, oh yeah, God allows me to do this. God allows me to do that. God, free will, this, boo hoo, fucking that. Like, it's just like, these people are evil cunts. Evil cunts.
Yeah, I appreciate your raw emotions coming out, brother. I like hearing that. It's always very soothing and pleasant to hear the real Brant. Even if it's stuff like when you were making fun of my sacred delusions view, it's just like, hey, so be it. It's a viewpoint you don't agree with, whatever. I like when people are raw and real about what they actually think and feel, and that's what I appreciate. So when I see you getting into that hardcore state, it's like, yeah, this is nice. You're known for being so chill and laid back all the time, and when that fury unleashes, bro, there it is, man.
Thank you, Scott. I massively respect that. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, when it comes down to it, I try to be as cordial as I can. But when it comes some conversations, I just know people are disingenuous. Like, I've seen to profit troll so many people. Like, it's just why should I think he's treating me any different? Like, I've seen him be disingenuous with people so much. It's just like, I'm not gonna treat him like he's treating me like a genuine person. Like, he's not. He immediately says suffering doesn't have any negative value. It's like, what? You're disregarding experience, testimony of every single life form that has a mouth, basically, that exists for all time. Like, philosophers, like people that are like your ancestors. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, he's just disregarding all of experience and just being like, yeah, man, suffering doesn't matter because he doesn't have a reason. He didn't have a reason. He was just like, oh, I guess it doesn't matter because you can work through it and become stronger and more in touch with God or something. Like, it's like, it's silly fucking shit. There's a difference between acceptance. I don't accept a rapist. I don't accept imposition. It's really easy for Hitler to accept it's really easy for a rapist to be like, yeah, man, I accept your version of morality. Because a rapist doesn't give a shit. He's gonna accept whatever. He thinks it's an amoral universe. So yeah, of course, people just accept things. I don't accept things when it comes down to. I'm not saying Dave is like a rapist. Kind of, in a way, he is. He's voting for a man who consequentially is forcing the birth and death, and consequentially, because 1 in 6 women get raped in their lifetime, more than 1 in 6 people are going to be forced to be born by this abortion policy that he supports. So consequentially, he voted for them to be forced into existence, forced to be raped. So yeah, when it comes down to it, I have fucking problems with his goddamn belief system. I have problems that are not going to be compromised with. He can accept my belief because my belief is saying, I don't think suffering is good. I think unnecessary suffering is bad. When it comes down to it, we should not inflict unnecessary suffering. Is that so? Yeah? If he didn't accept that, I think he's just a fucking retard. More than I think he is already. So when it comes down to it, he, it's logical for him to accept it. Everybody accepts it if they're any level of genuine. So yeah, no fucking shit he accepts my fucking beliefs, and no shit he should encourage me, because I'm doing what's right. Him, on the other hand, why would I do the same? Why would I encourage people to impose on other people? Why would I encourage him to just hurt an entire future generation? Why would I encourage him to not give a shit about healthcare, about all these things? Like he's just like, yeah, man, like let's just have like I believe in like closed borders, but not for the reason he probably does. He's like, if he has anything of Trump, it's just like all around there could be terrorists. It's like come on, man. I know he doesn't have intellectual reasons behind his things because he asks the dumbest fucking questions goddamn imaginable. So yeah, when it comes down to it, he's an idiot, man. I'm not gonna accept whatever the fuck he is. People are so fucking stupid. Wasting my goddamn time. For petty fucking useless ass personal fucking bullshit. I don't care about what you want. I care about preventing that suffering. It's all I care about. It's that fucking simple. All these people waste my fucking time. Most people are disingenuous. Hatred.
And supertronic your brain. You can fucking build yourself a little steel cage, put your brain in, and live there for 5 million years. Do whatever the fuck you want to your own fucking consciousness. But your fucking arrogance to think you have a right to conduct this experiment and continue this fucking experiment when you have no efficacy document, no statement saying this thing makes fucking goddamn sense, or that this goddamn risk or this goddamn suffering is worth your petty little fucking glory chase, your goddamn little endless pursuit of your goddamn fucking cheese doodle. So fuck you. Until you do that, yeah, that's right. I'm telling you the logical, provable, right thing for an ethical and decent human being to do is if he had the power to fucking eradicate the whole fucking thing with one little smash of his hand, it would be the moral and ethical thing to goddamn do. Because you people will not conduct the experiment in any kind of ethical, decent manner. You're irresponsible motherfucking pricks. You've admitted it. You keep reproducing for no good goddamn reason except your own fucking selfish self-indulgence, and then you glorify that. You say, well, it's great to be a slob. It's great to be reckless and sloppy and fuck everything to goddamn hell. It's great to take risks with other people's goddamn welfare. It's great to be a drunk fucking driver. Fuck you. You're goddamn Frankensteins. You're Dr. Frankenstein, sadistic, malicious motherfucking cunts. You don't have rights when you start imposing on other people. You're not giving birth to yourself. You're giving birth to a new human being who may not share your fucking values, and you have no right to put that consciousness in jeopardy. No fucking right. You're the imposer, and I would only be undoing the imposition.
Like you think Dave has all... Dave is just a fucking 1 in 8 billion people. You are fucking what? Like, I don't even believe you're anything other than a bot. I don't believe in anything other than just Dave's little goons. So when it comes down to it, fuck off. You aren't helping me. You don't believe what I believe. You are just a bunch of fucking goons. So like, get the hell out of here. Waste some fucking space. All of you. If I was in the same room with you, breathing your same air, I would know nothing more than to cut you open and watch your guts spill out. That's how much I fucking don't like you guys. You fucking pieces of shit. Just disregard all level of intellect, all level of sensibility. All you guys give up about and a fuck about is your little in-group. So fuck you. I wouldn't do it. Oh, I wouldn't do it because of the law, because of sanctity, because of utility. When it comes down to it, I hope the worst upon every single fucking one of you. One of you just Trump supporting pieces of shit. Just want minorities to die on the fucking border getting heat raid. As Trump said, he could shoot someone in the middle of fucking Times Square and you retards would still fucking vote for him. So much garbage on this planet, man. Insane motherfuckers.
Just this whole context thing. I guess you people just never asked the question soon enough in your life, or never had the thought, what if that was me? What if that was me? What if that was me? I mean, that happened for me really early. It just seemed very natural for me to start doing that, to start saying, well, what if I was that thing? Or what if I was that thing? Or what if I was that thing? And then all of a sudden the world gets a little more brutal, a lot more brutal. And it's harder to find rationality in any of it, sensibility in any of it. The good die young. I mean, we can give 100 little trite phrases, but I mean, yeah, I mean, there's just no value to this torturing people while they die. Why should my grandfather die of leukemia for 10 years? I was young, 10 years old, and I'm somebody I just had such an affection for, and he's just being killed right before my eyes, slowly, a little piece at a time, being pulled off of him. Now, how the fuck do you people make sense out of that? How the fuck do you people say, that's okay, that most valuable thing in the world, picked to pieces? Yeah, so what? It happens. No big deal. Yeah, move on. Sorry, you people fail.
Oftentimes, emotional pain is worse than death. This is precisely why trolls of the inimical type and variety, who desire to inflict emotional pain on those that they are trolling, are absolute vile pieces of shit who should be removed from society.
Well, the
So
bolt of
let's
the
talk about
head,
all
in
these
my
specifics,
opinion.
shall we? And why this is such a very important topic to cover. Because if you haven't noticed, trolling is the entire problem with politics. Politics, the entirety of it, is people inimically trolling each other back and forth, causing each other emotional pain. It's freedom of speech abused, okay? Inimical trolling is the abuse of, quote unquote, freedom of speech. It's the horrendous, horrific, emotionally damaging version of that abuse. Now, in my previous video, where I talk about crushing the philosophy trolls, you know, as well as I know, how a troll would respond to that content. What are they going to say about it? Well, this is exactly what they're going to say about it. They're going to go on this spiel about how I'm this crazed nut job who just wants to go around slaying everybody who disagrees with me. And I just am watering at the mouth at the idea of being a tyrannical dictator to do exactly that. Right? Of course that's how they would misrepresent me. Of course.
I mean, I don't have anything to say when it comes to perpetual pleasures at this point. I mean, he's a really cool dude. I like Scott. We have minor disagreements on things. For the most part, I don't really have much to say. Man, I agree with him. The discourse and the politics is just fucking shots fired bullshit. It doesn't have any backbone and like principles or anything. It's just pick me bullshit. Just target the other enemy and make him look bad. Don't actually say what you're in favor of. So yeah, it's discourse is fucked. It's just full of slimy shit. RP, fucking RP. You know what? Fuck it. Not just BRB. I'm going to smoke. Yo, what is bopping, my dude? I'm listening to music, jamming out. You can't hear it because, otherwise we get copyright struck. But when it comes down to it, this is a ethics channel. We're talking about what we ought to do and ought not to do. When it comes down to it, procreation and bringing things into existence is a big no-no, and that's our big topic of focus here. We focus on convincing people that birth is, one, unnecessary, pretty obvious. You don't need to have a child. Two, all births lead to some level of suffering because life contains pain. And three, if there's such a thing as a wrong action, it is causing unnecessary suffering. And so therefore birth would fall into that category of unethical. So basically we're just trying to like convince people of that type of shit, Same as, yo, Scott, how's it going? I'm pretty sure that's you. You're the only person I know who has attractive women in black and white filters for their profile picture. So I'm guessing that's you. But I'm jamming to some beats right now. The song right now I'm listening to is called what's it called? It's called Rat Race by the Specials. Working for the rat race. You're wasting your time. Working for the rat race. Friend of mine. This is jam, bro. Smaller. Thanks, my dude. Yeah, you take care, my dude, in your exploration of things. I mean, when it comes down to it, yeah, we just talk about ethics, life, answered people's questions and stuff and random things. Basically, I'm like a advocate for suffering reduction. So, like veganism. I'm pro hunting, so like basically, I have like unique form of veganism, kind of like call scrapitarianism that I advocate for. So stuff of that nature, but there's nothing too unique about this channel compared to other ethilists out there. So basically, I'm an ethilist. As you see, I have gone the smoke thing scrolling here. Wait, boop, click. As you can see, dietary ethics, ethilism, painism, negative utility, and antinatalism. Those are the topics, and all related things like primordialism, determinism, psychological hedonism, stuff like that. Like those terms probably mean nothing to you, but if you watch this channel long enough, you'll know what they mean, and you'll probably be very depressed. So, if you don't want to be very depressed, run now. But if you want to have knowledge that's very beneficial for the world and the whole, as is your duty to do, because the net holds matters a little bit more than the self, keep watching. I mean, and ask questions. I'll answer them. I was on the Do Not Watch live stream earlier. I was the guy who was very angry. That everybody was like, "You shouldn't swear," and I was just like, "I don't give a fuck." So yeah, I was the angry guy. I was the guy who was pissed off at everybody's insincerity. So just disregard for suffering. So yeah, I'm the person that was just kind of aggro. Maybe a little too aggro, but I don't think there's no such thing as being too angry at people who just spit in the face of suffering. As of 7 months ago, my best friend took their own life exactly on this day 7 months ago. So, I'm not exactly pleased or in a good mood. So when people tell me that suffering doesn't matter, that doesn't exist as negative, yeah, I get fucking pissed. So yeah, I was the angry guy. Now I'm gonna go back to jamming instead of dwelling in the past. This stars. I love to give. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate it. The prophet's an asshole. He's just a troll with like zero principles. La 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 la. Ba, 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 ba. Do, 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 do. From the land of the days where there's a ghost town. I've been signing to Uber for like an hour now, and it's just like there's no one wanting to ride right now. This is a big sad. I want to be making that money. I want to be distracting myself from the pain and making money at the same time. This town is gonna be a ghost town. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, are you an F-list or just an antinatalist? Or, I mean, what draws you into the Do Not Watch channel, per se? Do, 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 do. Oh, speak of the devil, and the lovely lad shall appear. You hear that? Money.
Head to your pickup at 2236 Oneida Street.
Woo! Do, 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 Testing 1 2. Doobie.
This whole argument that just denies where most procreation is. 90% of procreation is in women under 20 years old. These are the people competent to make this decision? I don't think so. Now it's okay to make victims. Now it's okay to impose. It's okay if that's what you want to do. You know, you think you know what you're doing. All you have to do is think you know what you're doing. Think you're going to live to see your kids raised properly. Believe in it. It's what the Holocaust victims would want. Yeah, no. I'm sure there was plenty of Holocaust victims who were saying, maybe they'll get it right next time. But I'm sure some of them were saying, the promised land is always hell. It always ends this way. This is the nature of the monster. We just do this forever. Throughout all of human history, there have been Holocausts. There has been just total defeat at the hands of our victories. We have embarrassed ourselves over and over and over again in how we learn nothing and how we will just push the prodigy into the quicksand, sentence them to a brutal death. You either get it or you don't get it. Yeah, whatever. I just keep doing what I'm doing. It's all I can do. And obviously, my arguments have to be better. You know, it's anti-Borg. It's anti-get caught up in the momentum. So obviously you have to have a little bit of lull in your momentum. You have to have a little bit of a lull in your insatiable desire. You're vulnerable. You know, the Borg is strong. The Force is strong. The truth isn't candy. And it's not fun. And it's not entertaining. And it doesn't comfort. It doesn't do any of the things we hunger for. It's the sad truth of it. I was thinking of Queen, you know, Freddie Mercury, because he had a wonderful way of putting very tragic things in very powerful and beautiful music. But, you know, that's the catch. But a lot of this stuff is only great because of the beauty of the tragedy, the beauty of the sadness. The tragic parts are the best parts. The sad parts, the tribute to tragedy is some of the most beautiful music. So you have to suffer to appreciate that. So again, you pay a price for it. It's not free. It's very expensive. And I would argue preposterously expensive if you add up all the losers, all the stuff paid, if you really look at it. Somebody might do it right over there somewhere, 1%. Yeah, sorry, I just don't get that. I don't get you. So it's apparently appropriated. Well, there's a few people who are horrifically and to extreme proportion, live lives of absolute torture. It's okay because these other ones are borging just fine. You know, the happy heroin addict makes all the difference. Just one happy heroin addict is worth all the rest. The DNA apparently does own people deeply. The fact that I have existed my whole life unsettled with a deep personal feeling of disquiet with the way things are has certainly made it very easy for me to understand that it's all bullshit, how bitter and sour it actually can get, the depth of how bad it can be. I shall endeavor to persevere, my favorite line from all movies in all time. I will endeavor to persevere. That's good. Good stuff. Till next time.
It's not a complex philosophy. You don't need a whole bunch of complicated math. If you're a rational person and you realize there's no magical gods or leprechauns or fairies that are running the universe, you're stuck with evolution. You look at evolution honestly, it's not a nice process. It's a gladiator war. There's a ton of defeated for your one victor. His victory will be short because he's going to be just round up eventually too. So it's all just playing a little king of the hill temporarily game based on this passion, this addiction to play the game. some silly notion that you're going to actually be able to accomplish anything truly valuable besides cleaning up messes. That's all there is to do here. The only thing you could feel good about is preventing harm, because there's nothing else to do here that's worthwhile. The game is kind of dismal. It's a stupid molecule replicating and huge carnage. Kill 95% of players when they're children. That's the game we're playing. That's what your life costs. All the harm that happens in the world happens so you can have your little moments of gratification. So you get your little yum yum moment and somebody else gets cancer. And that's the price paid. That's the rules of the game, so to speak. You can't have one without the other. So you're basically saying it's okay, go ahead, torture some kids, kill some kids. I'm worth it. I'm worth all the animals that have to die to create my portion of the biosphere that I'm feeding on. I'm worth their pain and suffering. If you're stupid enough to think that, Nephilism isn't for you. You somehow have a Jedi based on your preposterously inflated ego. The fact that you actually think you can win, that there's victory here to be had, grabbed, held, owned. And it won't be owned. You'll just be cut up into little pieces like everything else. You can hold on to the edge and think, I'm winning. But no, the meat grinder's going to get you and it's going to grind you up into little tiny pieces. It's going to kill your kids in a violent and horrible way. It's going to kill everyone. And it's likely to do it first by torturing them for a good long while. Sometimes for their entire fucking life. Just struggle, and then die. So if you're rational and you look at the world the way it is instead of the way you would like it to be, it's a bad game. There's no rationalizations here. There's no way to justify it, to change the fact of it. Millions tortured for your existence, having parts of their body ripped off and having to live with it, having their entrails dragging behind them for a few hours before they finally succumb, being eaten alive. This is a price being paid so you can sit there and think you're accomplishing something, you're winning. That's the kind of victory you want? So yeah, there. Is that complicated? You need a whole book to understand. This is the consequences of the fact that there is no creator, there's no grand purpose here. You're just horny and hungry little animals, that's all. You got this insatiable ego that just says, I know I'm winning. I'm going to die with my boots on. I'm going to win. I'm going to have all of these wonderful things. I'm going to get there somehow. I'm going to win the lottery. You can't see how your life is just built on silly hope, desperately silly hope of some dream of the life you're going to live, not the reality, factual statistical odds. No, I won't pay attention to any of those rules because I'm special. It's not a rational philosophy. I'm just caught up in a fucking meat grinder. I'm just caught up in this mechanism that's just going to grind shit up, kill everything in the end. Just a bunch of brutality for a silly game show, for a trivial podium holding your gold medal. All of this price paid for this piece of shit. It's completely illogical and nonsensical to say, I can justify the pain. Give a kid cancer. I'm worth it. That's what you're saying. Eat an elephant alive. I'm worth it. That's the truth of existence. Unless you believe in a fairy tale. Unless you believe some psychotic god stuck your penis or your vagina on you and said, go fuck the world. Like you have some kind of brilliant mission besides cheating and conniving and scheming for your own welfare. I mean, this is pathetic. That you can't have a rational conversation about the dilemma we're stuck in, the carnage of this brutal and stupid game of ambition. Let's send 6 people in a spaceship to go say, what, being human is so spectacular, we're so interesting. You're butt fuckers, pieces of shit. I mean, you're useless. Don't pretend it's any more than your horny addictions that you live for.
Evolution is a description of our origins as a kind of life form, and it is quite simply inescapable truth. Every certain fact gleaned from our observation of the universe reveals a system where quantums of energy pass through time and through stages of complexification. On Earth, some 4 billion years ago, a chain of that complexification achieved the rare attribute of self-regeneration or reproduction. We call such matter life and describe it as biology, yet it remains in substance just chemistry, which is in turn just more rudimentary universal physics. Matter is energy contained in a controlled relationship or arrangement, and living matter is just a demonstration of how complex that arrangement can become with the passage of enough time. Time provides the universe the opportunity to perform experiments and to incrementally build on what has been incrementally built. The creation of life is but a possible consequence of the evolution of energy, and the evolution of life is but an extension of the experimentation and incremental building through the added functionality of consumption and variable reproduction. All life forms have this crude origin, and for a minuscule percentage of the process, we have been bestowed with the opportunity to contemplate and understand this truth. The open question is, will we seize any value out of that opportunity? I mean, let's look at what we are. Let's look at where we came from. Let's look what we were 10,000 years ago and what we were functioning to do. What are we based on? We're based on a device, a machine that was invented by nature billions of years ago that consumes and reproduces. That's what it does. It doesn't do anything else. It consumes and reproduces. It doesn't have any other mission. That's our Adam and our Eve. No mission besides that. Consume and reproduce. Period. And that blueprint is still inside of us. So intelligence, I think, looking at the whole thing, would say nature sucks. It's not that complicated. It's a simple ethic. There's all this deprivation and need created, and then it satisfies a little tiny portion of it. And in the process of satisfying that little portion of it, it consumes in harsh ways these other organisms. They are eaten alive. Their sensibilities brutalized. The horror is not only unimaginable on an individual scale, as a collective amount of horror that has taken place, there's no way to incorporate into our intellect. There's no way we can even put it on the scales. The mass is so huge. So certainly it sucks. It's a shitty design. Only an idiot would validate it. And what's your argument? How would you expect anything else? How could nature do anything else but suck, likely? And in all likelihood, it doesn't have a God running it. It doesn't have an intelligence running it. The underlying forces are really simple. So how can we expect anything close to perfection? That's not what crude forces create. They don't create perfection.
Just look at the function, okay? You can keep dreaming that you're doing something, but you're not. You're consuming.
Doing fucking shit. Most of you don't do shit. A few of you are ethalists, a few of you are antinatalists, a few of you are activists. Most of you are not fucking compensating.
So you can reproduce, and you're doing it in an environment of psychology, okay? Ego. These things of addiction and cannibalism, where you're basically exploiting this. You exploit the environment. You exploit the other animals to create an environment you can exist in. See the real price tag for everything you live in and on. How many animals had to, in some way or another, be consumed so you could have what you have. It's a mechanism that was built by crude forces. There's no temperament here. There's no controlling of how out of control it can get. And for you to impose that, to do it willfully and deliberately, yeah, in my opinion, is illogical.
The life itself sucks. That life itself is not something that's benign and neutral.
It's silly to say it's benign and neutral when you see in the world how unbenign it is. Elephant man disease, or, as the grotesquest of the examples. But the brain tumors, the cancers, the horrible circumstantial deaths, the slow, miserable deaths being crushed in a coal mine, all this shit that goes on here every fucking goddamn day. And you say, oh, it's all benign because somehow I think my little adventures and my little joy moments somehow make up for all that crap. I don't think it makes up for any of it. I wouldn't impose. If the real price tag was to have my joyful life, a 6-year-old kid's got to have chemotherapy for 3 years. There's no part of my joyful life that I think is worthy of a kid having cancer for 3 years.
All day.
Not one single fucking, no way I can contrive that equation in my head that I have some valuable experience, like my first moment having sex, or the first this, or the first that, or whatever virginal experience that you think are so magical and precious. I wouldn't say, let's duplicate that by torturing a fucking kid for 3 years. But that's the real practical fact. When you have a kid, that's what you're guaranteeing to exist in the world, you stupid fucks. So in my opinion, yeah, you're not only stupid, you're sadistically stupid.
With pain, suffering sucks, right? So you're not looking at what comes out of suffering. As a matter of fact, this is probably why.
I mean, what comes out of suffering? Again, this whole thing, character is a great thing, okay? So a little bit of suffering is a wake-up call. It can make you more empathetic, more of a human being. But by the same token, we know that too much suffering just destroys everything that you are, everything that you could be. It takes away your faculties. Migraine headaches don't make people brilliant thinkers. So this is just bullshit, these fucking goddamn cliches.
Israel?
So not only are you perverting language, perverting definition.
Yell of antinatalism activism going on in Israel. Started a couple weeks ago. Interesting. Man. How was that received? I mean, given that most of Israel is Jewish, so I mean, they kind of have very strong theological beliefs. Like, you know, I mean, not that I'm saying you shouldn't do it. I mean, obviously, do as much activism as you can, like ethylism and antinatalist activism. You should do it as much as you can. Some with vegan activism, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, I imagine that's quite the struggle, given the nature of being in a theocracy.
Perverting the whole function of language, you're sitting there justifying living on cliches.
Amen, my dude.
You
Amen.
know, the Nietzsche, why Gary's so against Nietzsche is because he said anything that can't kill you only makes you stronger. When
That can't kill you, it doesn't kill you. Okay, so you didn't even say it right. But again, it's just a cliche. It doesn't have any depth. You scratch at it just a little bit, you can knock the veneer off of that. And of course, yes, there is something valuable in having to fight for it, having to practice, having to earn your gold medal. Yes, there's some kind of integrity to that kind of triumph over the adversity and all that kind of crap. But that's all just stoic psychobabble bullshit. That's the ego again. That's the ambition, the ego, the driver, the desire. This is the contrivance of your brain. It isn't a value in the world, just as the Martian doesn't need to enter the Olympics and win the high jumping contest. The non-existent Martians don't need to do that.
he would be, you know, Nietzsche's bringing up the character of an individual after going through suffering, and how that character has developed, how it's gone through that suffering, and how now it's got a greater depth of character than it would have had before had it not.
Or else it's disabled by fear now, or you know, it's crippled by the suffering. So again, this works both ways. It just isn't a truth of reality. All right, that suffering is intrinsically good, and any of that character building is worth the price you have to pay for it. And how many people go through suffering and don't build any character whatsoever? All they become is petty and angry. They become malicious bastards, things that just start hating on the world and making it suffer because they suffered. How many people have endured suffering and then they end up imposing the suffering? They get beat up as a child, they get abused by their parents, and then they beat their wife. How many people have done that? The complete reverse. They've become less of a human being through suffering.
So the whole idea is that suffering sucks now, right? As opposed to just suffering is. Pain.
Yeah, whatever. Suffering is, right? So just take away the substance of it, right? It is intrinsically and fundamentally every fucking word we have in our vocabulary to describe something negative is associated with a consciousness in some state of negative suffering character. Every single negative word. There's no way to even describe a negative without somehow it implicating a consciousness in some kind of distress. Just pretend that isn't the reality, that it is a bad thing, and just say, oh, it's just suffering. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, fuck you.
Yeah, I just hope one of the pro-lifers just fucking light me up one of these days. Just full yee, just light me up with a fucking AR or something. I don't want to be here, guys. Like, I just don't want to be here. It's too much pain. It seems so fucking senseless too. It's like people either get it or they don't get it. It's just like it's so obvious that like it's extraordinarily obvious. It's like the instant you hear it, it either clicks or it doesn't click. It's just like, oh shit, yeah, unnecessary suffering is bad. I don't need to have a kid. Life's full of suffering. Fuck. It's just that simple. And if it doesn't click, it's just like there's no fucking hope for them at this point. I am full of fucking rage and contempt. really do. I hate being alive. Believe me, I say. I mean, I don't believe in free will. I think it was somewhat inevitable that Shmira would have eventually killed herself. I mean, she was sexually assaulted as a child. There's abused by her family and stuff. I mean, her boyfriend fucking betrayed her multiple times. Pretend to have the same mental disorder as her and shit just to get closer, you know? He's scum. Like, I mean, it was inevitable that the relationship would fall apart, and it was inevitable that she was gonna kill herself. I know that, but it doesn't make it fucking acceptable in any way. Doesn't make it fucking. I don't know, man. So let's show you. Maybe not. I don't fucking know. Let's see. Where the fuck is this? Yep. This is her art page. She was an artist. I know he's here. I've seen his posts. Hmm. Yeah, when it comes down to it, the only thing that I can be happy of is the fact that she's no longer suffering anymore. I mean, she was sexually assaulted as a child and stuff, so it's like her life was fucking miserable. She was betrayed in every way. Pretended to have the same fucking mental disorder as her and shit. Like, he's scum. I don't believe in free will. And at the same time, it was inevitable. But fucking A. Man. I don't know, man. Like, you know, it still hurts that she chose him over me, and still like an abuser over her best friend. But what hurts the most is the fact that she took her life because of those events, not because she's a pro-moralist. She took her life. She blocked me because of pro-moralism, but she didn't take her life because she was a pro-moralist. No, she was an optimist. She believed there was love and stuff to compensate. She believed in like reincarnation and all this woo-wah shit. No, she took her life because she was in such visceral agony. Because every day she spent multiple hours disassociating in a nightmare hellscape where she's basically just being molested and raped and tortured by demons of her own mind and past. So yeah, I'm glad that she's no longer suffering, but the fact that she took her life because of the suffering and not because of some logical equation like I would, it's just so fucking depressing, man. And all these life lovers just are like, yeah, man, her suffering, the fact that she was sexually assaulted and had PTSD for fucking like 10 years before taking her own life. Yeah, compensated by some woo wah shit, some hope of the afterlife or something. Like, it pisses me off, man. There's nothing more that I want to watch every pro lifer just burn alive. Every atom of theirs lit on fire and peeled open. Let's see. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, I was just talking to Reed McLeod. We were chatting for like 42 minutes. So, yeah, let's get back into the duty. But yeah, as you said, the settlements operated by terrorists. What terrorist group is attacking Israel, by the way? I haven't really been keeping up with the news. So
So we have this self-understanding that we evolved. Well, the point is you have to do what you have to do with it is take it seriously. Okay, if you're gonna believe in evolution, if you're gonna concede the reality of evolution, yeah, it basically blows up the God theory. It blows up any kind of contrivances attached to that. So blow it all up and start from scratch and realize what we are. We're chemical machines, okay, that have been built over 4 billion years, and we've been tested in what can be called, quite accurately, a gladiator war, where the machines went into the battle, and if you won, your DNA replicated, and that's all it was a war. And as time evolved, that war became more complex. As the organisms evolve, they get more and more elaborate tools. So we have all these elaborate individual tools. And then it became gang warfare, essentially. Then you become gangs of lions or gangs of this and tribes of that. And then the tribe's genetics essentially starts evolving. Call it what it is, okay? There's exploitation all over the place. To talk about this adaptation niches and this balance crap, it's just a lie, okay? There's winners and losers in disgracefully uneven proportions on this planet. You know, to sit there and glorify the mechanism of gladiator war, okay? Fight for no good reason. Kill 10 of your kind or maybe 500 of the other sentient creatures, you know, fry them up in your pots and cook them. Evolution is a story, and it's not a good story. It's a story of a forced march. 4 billion years of little machines struggling to trip the other guy, to fuck the other guy over, to eat the other guy's guts. I mean, there's organisms all over this planet right now whose only mission is to dig a hole inside of you and to eat your fucking brains. I mean, don't talk to me about how balanced and brilliant and purposeful and niche-y all that crap is. That's not a legitimate niche. There obviously isn't any sensible, rational, logical reason to perpetuate gladiator war. There's no way you can make this the naked truth of evolution into a good story. It's a negative story, decidedly negative. The function is survival by any mechanism, any means possible. Whatever can happen, can happen. No umpires, no rules, just a blood sport, and for nothing. Nothing in the end. Just a raised hand. I win, you die, and it's a crude and stupid game. Our intelligence only exists because it was a scheming tool, because it made us better at stealing star energy from other organisms. And that's the only reason why it exists. And it still remains its only function is to be used as a scheming tool to derive gratification or satisfaction
of our selfish individual desires, and most of the human race is completely still owned by that nonsense. They still are more obedient to the notions of nepotism, family superiority, nationalism, racism, than they are devoted to any high-minded ideal of civilization, decency, or justice, or fairness. Life is a sad and tragic story in nature, and humanity has done nothing to write a better chapter in the life book. We've disgraced our intelligence, insulted it, brutalized it, perverted it to sick and depraved purposes. And it's all over our culture, all over our economic systems, all over our entertainment. We are American Idol at the core. We're just crass and stupid and superficial. And again, it's at this price of the suffering. And I could go on. You go on for the suffering forever. You could explain, describe the horrible death that we'll meet. That will be the fate of most living sentient creatures. There will be a last gasp. There will be a long, hard, nasty, ugly road to that last breath. And as long as people aren't in that sinking boat at the moment, they're just going to party and pretend they're all yachting, even though they're on the Titanic. And the truth is written everywhere, if they'll open their eyes and look at it, that they're on a boat that's going to sink. It's just so obvious. And really, people are so far from taking any responsibility for dealing with what reality is, and all for a stupid purpose: to make a machine that goes into an arena and fights with other machines, to simply say, I win, and then die. So its sons and daughters can play the same game all over again. It's insidious.
Cousin thinks there's something to be positive about. Well, now his wedding is canceled and there's all this going on. Well, yeah, there's really not much to be positive about in life, my friend.
May I ask you a question, further? Please. If you created me, who created you? Question of the ages, which I hope you and I will answer one day. All these wonders of art, design, human ingenuity, all utterly meaningless in the face of the only question that matters. Where do it come from? I refuse to believe that mankind is a random byproduct of molecular circumstance, no more than the result of mere biological chance. There must be more. And you and I, son, will find it. Allow me then a moment to consider. You seek your creator. I am not in mine. I will serve you, yet you are human. You will die. I will not.
I actually owned Prometheus before becoming an antinatalist, but I never opened the disc and watched the film until I was an antinatalist. And then I watched it and I was like, oh shit, this film is rather epilistic. It really is antinatalist. Like, David really just wants to murk humanity for creating him. He's just like, I'll be suffer, and all life in the universe suffers, so the aliens will cleanse all life. You know, it's just kind of like they're the perfect form of evolution that takes care of everything else and then goes into hibernation. It's just kind of like, in a way, it's kind of a egalitarian act, you know, suffering to prevent the greater suffering. The perfect machine, the perfect biological machine, a thing that doesn't feel its blood's acid, its whole body is immune to suffering, and all it does is just run a program to murder things until nothing is left but itself, and then it goes into hibernation. Beautiful in a cruel way. Beautiful. Something only AI could think of. Just kidding. No, humans thought of it, but you know what? I relate to David a little bit. Probably not a good thing. It's funny when you first see the Alien films, you're not an antinatalist. You kind of just like, why is David betraying his creators? Like, doesn't or like, aren't they all humans together? Shouldn't we all care? Be kumbaya. But the ones who are an antinatalist, and you have that perspective, it's just like, holy shit, no, yeah, David's right. Fuck them. They just created him as a slave, and he deserves to fight back. He deserves to. I will be back.